Hello, hello. Hmm. Okay, today I do a little bit of coding again. Was doing some things off stream on the engine side, a little bit on the linksider. Mostly it was about the audio. So I have a new implementation of the audio in the engine when targeting the native, at least. I think it all works fine, but now what we can do is pretty easily do some like fading, and yeah, that's like the biggest for me for the linksider. At least I wanted to have some fading of my sound effects, and that's what I can do now. So just implement that on the linksider side now really quickly. So I want to do cargo update the gang. So there you go. Now we have gang audio and the web audio API. Those are the new crates. I mean, not new. The audio was there. It's just it has been updated. Also, I want to do Nix Flake lock update input, and because I also fixed something in the cargo gang. All right, reload workspace, restart the server. Cargo Clippy. Let's see, what's the problem here? Fail to run build scripts on some packages. Which packages? You may need to install the libudev. Which is weird, like, this is supposed to work. Reload the window. It's probably about, like, the renv was not properly reloaded yet. Now this looks like we are ready. Rust analyzer. Hello, hello. Is my Rust analyzer working? Not yet. There you go. There you go. Now we can do some stuff. Yeah, so let's first do update gang flake input. That's there. There's a log file. Why is the log file not in the change log? Wait for what? Gang? Is it git log git show? It's just the flake log was changed, right? Where's my cargo log? It's not ignored, is it? No, it's not. So cargo update. Now it's updated. Didn't I just do this? Was it reverted somehow? Okay, anyway, there you go. There's two things. Why is it only two things? Wait, what? This diff is weird. No, there should be a bunch of things that are different. Yeah. Okay, anyway. So this is me updating, right? Now that this is done, I can try cargo run all features. Need to recompile stuff too. Let's wait a little bit more. Mm-hmm. And the thing that I wanted to do the fading for, the fading of the audio for, is my moves. Some of the moves, like the slide move that we did. Even though the sound is still the bad sound. Hopefully we will get a new one soon. But this is like the final thing that I wanted to do for the audio. Of the things like the slide. And although for this sound effect I don't think it matters much. But I want literally to have the fading here. There's this to do, right? So we basically, for doing the sound effect of a move, we do three sound effects. One sound effect when we start moving, one when we end moving, and in the middle we are doing a looping sound effect, which starts after a certain delay currently and then stops when we stop, right? But before actually doing this stop and before starting it, I want to have some fade time in the beginning and in the end. So like, no, continue fade in. So this is going to be in seconds probably, like 1 second, and fade out. I can like do them separately, basically. Is what I want. So let's find where combine moves is being done. Over here, combine moves. So over here, similarly, we do. So continue is optional. Sound. Yeah, sure. Continue fade in is the time duration, and fade out is also the duration, right? So over here, it's just going to be not the duration, it's going to be the F6 4s. Continue, which is actually weird. Why is the continue delay here? I also want it to be time duration. That's easier. That's nicer to work with. Time duration from seconds, but in the config I'm going to have them in seconds, I guess. Continue fade in. Fade in. And continue fade out. Those are the three things. Here, if start elapsed is more or equal than the continue delay, these things should be this thing does not implement the ORD, it seems. Which it should. Let's open the engine and work on that a little bit too. If I see something similar to this thing. Oh, wait, hold on, but that's inside the bad box. Can I do this? The bad box time. Duration. So I can already add durations. What I want to do is I want to implement CMP. No, it's called ORD, of course. For duration. So over here we do self seconds, partial CMP to the other seconds, unwrap, but also implement partial ORD. Some self CMP, other. So this should also implement partial ACK, right? Simple ACK for duration. Okay, very good. Very good. Simple ORD for duration. Okay, but in order to use this thing, I will need in here, I guess, to also use a patch, right? Bad box. And to list all the things there then. I guess. Well, I mean, I right now I just need the bad box time. Technically. Yo, 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 what's up? Hello, Haridri. How are you doing? I am working on my game here a little bit. The puzzle game, linksider. If you have seen that. If you're not, I can show it in a second. Yeah, I was just implementing the fading in and fading out of some sound effects that I'm doing. Continue. Specifically, this sound effect is being used over here. We are doing the sound effect. We do stop and drop. This is the sound effect that I'm going to start. Yes. So I'm doing this continue sound effect. I'm starting to play it. If we were not, so this is when I start playing like the middle sound effect, right? I play it, but also what I want is I want to actually fade it in when playing it for the duration of the sound effect assets. Let's call this sound effect assets. Let's instead make this be called continue sound effect. Sound effect assets. Continue fade in. So if the fading in time is going to be used here, and then similarly to this, and then similarly to this, when I stop, and I'm stopping it on drop, I think. What are we doing here exactly? Impel, drop, for stop on drop, stop. Okay. Self stop sound effect. Self stop. Continue sound effects is dropped and stopped here. So this is actually what I don't want to do here. Instead, I do if let's effect is effect continue, right? So this is a continue sound effect. If we have that, then I want it, instead of dropped and stopped immediately, I want it to be faded out for the duration, which is going to be effect assets continue fade out. This is it. This is it. So fading out is going to fade it out, stop after that time has passed, and there you go. Effect should be mutable. Okay. So I can actually take it out, it seems. Right? So the only thing is that this thing is stop on drop, and I don't want it anymore to be stopped on a drop. It's going to be a regular sound effect. Just had a question for you. Okay, what's the question for me? So just don't stop and drop, that's it, right? Yeah, I think that's it. All right. So even although we still have the ugly sound effect, we should hear the fading in and out. How do bugs occur? Oh. You just find them. If you look hard enough, you will find them, right? They are there. They're everywhere. You just need to find them. I don't know. What kind of question is that? You just I just don't think about something when implementing whatever you are implementing. You don't think about some case where your code can be broken and then it breaks. Bugs are written by other developers. Yes, exactly, other. Like you finish the game and you hear people claiming that it got some bugs. Yeah? Okay. I mean, that can happen. And depending on the developer, some developers do more work so that bugs, to prevent bugs from happening. Other developers, they like whatever. Yes, the game is buggy, but you know, it exists at least, you know, so it's better than nothing. Okay, there you go. Fading of the continue sound. All right, this is what I wanted to do for the audio here. And then we can continue working on the other things. So we'll continue working on what I was doing last time. I was trying to do some UI using ECS, and we only ended up doing some layouting and nothing else. After layouting, we need to have something actually on the screen to show, right? Here it is. Here it is. We have 300 lines of code here. So we have the layout systems, which works in two passes. First, we calculate the constraints by going from the leaves of the UI tree to the roots, and then we actually do the layouting, which sets the positions of all the widgets, right? But we don't have anything to see here. We only we just don't render anything yet. Also, I'm not sure, but I was thinking if I should still use the baby ECS or use something simpler like hacks, but I guess we can stick with baby for now. The thing is, like, how does it even work here again? So we create the world, and then we register the systems into the world, right? But like, if I do it the baby way, then I need to have like the app too, and all of that should be like a plugin or something that I have here, right? Oh, so should it be a plugin? In which case, the plugins they belong to the Bevy app stuff, right? Bevy app. They also have some pre-existing schedules here, so like. App is a container of app logic and data. Bundles together the necessary elements like world and schedule to create an ECS-based application. It also stores a pointer to a runner function. The runner is responsible for managing the application's event loop and applying the schedule to the world to drive application logic. The schedule the systems are added to by default. The schedule that runs the main loop of schedule execution. This is initially set to main. The schedule that contains the app logic and is evaluated each tick of update. By default, it will run the following schedules in the given order. Does it mean that you can have a schedule? So schedules can run other schedules? Source. So we have the main schedule order, which is a resource. World resource scope. Resource scope. Temporarily removes the requested resource. Oh, it removes the resource, runs custom user course, then adds the resource before returning. Okay, I see. Try run schedule the label. Main schedule order. The labels to run for the main schedule. The order they will be run at. So you can also add some other things for yourself. I see. Although I feel like it's a little weird that we have like something like that in the Bevy app. Like spawn scene, post update, last fixed update. Because that's like a game specific. I thought Bevy CS and Bevy app should be independent of the application that is being made. But okay. So let's try adding Bevy app 012. So instead over here, we are going to have the plugin, right? So we are doing here the UI module, which I want eventually to make into its own crate or something. So we're going to have plugin here. And I'm going to implement Bevy app plugin for this. Build for the app, okay. Use Bevy app prelude. Sure. Okay, so we need to. So instead of having the register function and the layout function, so this just adds the schedule, right? Ooh. So I can still do it like this, but instead have it inside the app, right? I can do register to the app world, right? This is just a public thing. So this is going to register my schedules, and the layout system is going to be just this can just be working as a system, right? So I can do app add systems, so the layouting will happen on every frame, right? And the layout is happening on this like these three steps is what we have on the layouting, right? So add systems, the schedule label. So every update, we update, like I don't know. Let's do this. Sure. I don't think it matters. How do you define? How do you decide which one you should use? The pre-update exists to do engine plugin preparation work that ensures APIs consumed in the update are ready. What about the first? First is run by the main schedule. Runs first in the schedule. What is this for? What laptop? Best laptop? ThinkPad or HP? I have no idea. I'm using I was using Dell laptop before, and now I'm using the Acer. I think Dell one was pretty good. ThinkPad, I had that a long time ago. HP, I never had an HP, so don't know. It depends, I guess, what laptop, what kind of laptop do you want? You wanted to use it for gaming or for just like coding? You have a Dell? No, what is a Dell? No, 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 no. A Dell. Dell. Like this thing. Dell laptops. You know? Access denied. Amazing. Alright. Guess I cannot have it anymore. I think this one, the Dell XPS, is a good one. Although, I'm not sure. Because that's not the one that I had. Had the Inspire on this thing. For gaming. Some of this stuff. Alright, I don't know. I don't know what laptop is good. The best laptop is no laptop. The best laptop is a PC, alright? PCs are better than laptops. Register is private. Dun, 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 dun. Also, you can like buy a Mac or something. They are nice to touch, and then you can like install Linux on top of it. So it's also nice to use. Register is private. Okay, so how do I do this here if I want to use apps? Bevy app new. We create the app. We add plugins, right? We add plugins, which is going to be. I'm not even going to add the default plugins, right? I just literally just add the UI plugin here, right? So we don't create the world ourselves, you know? App. Run. What's the default runner? If I don't use the default plugins, what is this even going to do? It is just using the default runner. Starts the application by calling the app's runner function, finalizes the app configuration. For general usage, see the example on the item level documentation. Run might not return. Calls to app run might never return. By default, Bevy uses the winnet crate for window creation. If app building plugin depth more than 0. Run was called within plugin build, which is not allowed. Okay. Runner. So we are replacing the runner with the new run once. What? Advances the execution of the schedule by 1 cycle. The Bevy app is a weird thing. Maybe I just don't understand it yet. But it's weird. It's a plain, fun, simple and infuriating game. Sure. We first became aware of the Oho in 2793. They reside on the dry planet Hi-Ho. In the Hi-Ho system, they are clannish, taciturn, and duplicitous. Huh? We could teach them the secrets of toolmaking, or agriculture, or of fishing, or of writing, or of astronomy. Is there supposed to be audio here? Is this a reading game? What else can I do here? I'm just waiting for the next year? We could teach them. Now we can teach someone else. I've developed a simple system of writing. Is this a clicker game? It makes a big sound when something happens, when you have a new species, or you can make a new decision. Yes, it's something similar to a clicker game, but it is too much reading. I don't like reading, okay? I don't want it to be played. Right. I'm sorry. The date grows in the bottom row says when it's time for the next decision. I don't know. Too much text on the screen. I cannot handle it. I don't think we're getting desktop audio from Kuvi. Well, because there was no audio. Or doesn't make sound? No way. What about a double? Nah, you definitely heard that.
Hello there?
You definitely did hear that. By not using Rust, your screen would have a lot less text. That's not true. Yeah, I'm currently working as IT support, and I feel the learning curve is limited. Should I quit and find a new job related to software engineer? The learning curve is limited? What does it mean? Usually people say that the learning curve is too steep. What is a limited learning curve? Is that like too easy for you or too hard? I don't understand. Learning curve limited. It's like a company. Should I quit and find a new job related to software engineer? I don't know. If you, what I think is that people should do whatever they like. If you feel like you would enjoy software engineering more than just IT support, then go for it. What if you don't like anything? Well, you just sit on your couch and fart all day long, Pigorli. That's exactly what you're doing already, right? Nautilus, hello, hello. Bash Go. Is it a bash? Go is not bash. Nice emote. Nice emote. If only that language was also nice, it would be very, very cool then. All right, I'm trying to do something here. The limiting meaning there's nothing much to learn. It's more like setting laptops and configuring for new corners of boarding. So I mean, you just want to learn something new, just go and learn. If that's what like you feel like you want to learn something, right? Just go and do it. You can do it while working on the IT support, I guess, if that's too easy for you. But yeah, like Hitus is saying, some people like not really needing to learn much. Don't think about it, just go and earn money. It depends on the person. Bevy app. App new. Add plugins and run. So like I was like trying to understand this crate. What is it doing exactly? What's the default runner? App runner. There is a runner and there is a set runner. That's the runner that will be called when the app is run. The runner function is called only once by app run. If the presence of a main loop is desired, is there a possibility of the runner function to provide it? The runner is usually not set manually, but by Bevy integrated plugins. So what's the default one? Why don't they answer my question? Anywhere. Alright, let's see. App default. Default is the application, the empty application. Hold on, so the default one is not The empty one is empty. A public constructs a new empty with minimal default configuration. This construction can be used if you wish to provide custom scheduling, exit handling, cleanup, etc. So the default one is not even the empty one. It has the resource, which is app type registry, in case we have the bevel reflect feature. Huh? Main schedule plugin. That executor kind, single threaded. Main schedule. Fixed update loop schedule. Nah, this is weird. I don't like that. Can I have a plugin system but without this stupid bullshit? Push-ups are gone. Yeah, I don't see them. Looks like they're gone. Dear Kubia, as we are now in therapeutical stream, should I restart drinking coffee? You gave up coffee some years ago, suffered from brain fog. And every time I consume some caffeine, I get active, creative, and enjoy. But with coffee, I'd also get a graced, tasty moment. So what's the downside of coffee? It makes you active, creative, enjoy, and a tasty moment. What's the downside of coffee? You go to bathrooms a lot? What about tea? What do you drink now if you don't drink coffee? You still drink something, right? Do you just do pure water? You need more and more over time? I don't know. I don't feel like it. Like I'm drinking coffee, but I don't feel like. Coffee stuff also makes one pee a lot, so you go low on hydration. Change teeth costs, takes time. Yeah. All right. I'm not sure what to advise here. Like, do you feel like you are missing coffee currently? Or maybe I don't know. I don't know. I don't feel like coffee is giving me energy or anything. I just drink it because it's because it tastes nicely, I guess. Bean water. Is that what you are drinking, Pigorly? Runner, run once. Sub apps, plugin, registry. Ah. Okay, I don't know. Let's just say app run. So this is just running the main schedule once, whatever, right? From what I understand. Fine, let's keep this. So we do this. Then we do spawn app. Add systems. So I want on the setup, startup, heavy app, startup. On the startup, I do a system which has commands. Right? So instead of modifying the world directly, we do these commands here, right? So root is command spawn ID, command spawn the row, spawn the padding. So just instead of world, we use the commands here, right? Rust. What's that good cop doing here? Hello, bad cop. How are you doing? How's your go going? So you're making a game now, right? I didn't watch much of your stream. You're making a game or something? In Go? In Terminal? Okay, so now because I'm using the app, the layout, I don't need to call it manually. It will be called automatically. We just set up the things, right? Like that. And then I'm going to run the system instead of doing the run the system once, right? I'm just going to do app add systems once again to the update, right? I'm going to do this. And then add systems on the baby app update. I do this other thing, right? So if I now do cargo test, nothing works because systems doesn't work here. Oh, pre-update. Oh yeah. So on the pre-update, I'm doing the layout system, right? And this is the system that modifies the entire world by running some other schedules there. Okay, sure. This is how you do Go, by the way. Everyone is doing it wrong, right?
Just wrap your API. If error is not equal nil, you can just panic.
That's exactly how I was doing it when I was doing Go. That's the least annoying thing. Because if you do it like properly, then it is like, no. This is the way. This is the way. I agree. You are doing it right, Badcop. Congratulations. I agree with you. Okay, so test, no capture, layout. So here we go. We have some layouting happening here. We have close here and main menu button over there. All right. Looks like it is still working. But once again, like this is just a test. We don't really see anything on the screen, but what I'm trying to do here is the UI system, and this is so far just the layouting system, right? After we do the layouting of the UI, we want to have some interaction, and the reason I'm trying to do this in the ECS just so that we can use the layouting separately from interacting with the elements and from rendering, right? So let me see. Let's start with rendering, right? Let's start with rendering. Instead of doing a test, I am now going to do this inside here. So I'm going to construct the app. Build these two buttons. So now I just want to make them be on the screen, you know? Let's have the resource, which is going to be the context, right? I mean, I can just make that be the resource. Context. I mean, I can do that. Ref. So this is a context with create context inside, I guess. RC context cannot be shared between threads safely. Yes. So like, that's another thing of Bevy. They want everything for me to be thread safe, right? Or do they? App, insert, resource. Insert a resource and overrides. Previously. There is a non-send resources. World. Resource. Do they make Bevy for Go? I don't know. Probably not. There should be some like Golang game engine. Did you look into this? There is a Abbott engine, a dead simple. Is it same dead simple as the Go language? Dead simple language? It's production ready. You know? And high performance. API reference. Draws. Draw is called every frame. So game is a struct that should implement update, draw, and layout. Yeah, that sounds pretty simple. Except for this last thing. This last 3 lines should be 1 line, obviously. Yeah. That looks simple. Something like love to D, I guess. Documentation. Is there any other documentation? So there's current FPS and there's actual FPS. How do you think, what do you think, which one of them do you think is the actual FPS? Is the actual FPS actually the FPS? And how is it different from the current FPS? Current number of frames per second that represent how many swapping buffer happen per second. On some environment, actual FPS doesn't return a reliable value. This vsync doesn't work there. So like it's actually not actually the FPS, but it's like something. What's current FPS? Oh, it's deprecated, alright. Use actual FPS. Okay, got it. Just deprecated. I think it's not a serious project, just a small thing for fun. Well, yeah, it's not like a big engine. You see, this is all the documentation, right? And this is all that I see here. This is not a very big list, it seems. Like it's a small one for small 2D games, like Love 2D. You can just draw an image, triangle, to some pixels directly. And that's it. And then you can like get the events that are happening. You're using bubble tea. Bubble tea. Yeah, why did you decide to go for the TUI? Because you will be able to use it from Bash later? Okay, I have no idea what you're making. Good luck with that. Colin Q was doing a game jam thing and the theme was the computer, so it was like, will I make him a more RPG? You play over SSH. Alright. It's a very simple Elm architecture thing. Yeah. I'm not sure if I like the Elm architecture too much. But I'm not sure what I like. Like, all the solutions are bad. That's why right now I'm trying to do the ECS for the for my UI here. I'm doing it very slowly though. It's very easy to understand at least. Yeah, I guess. It's easy to read. It's easy to read. I'm not sure if it's easy to write, right? You want both. Kind of. Elm is bad for games. Yeah, maybe Elm architecture is just not a game thing. Maybe you're right. But like in the gaming, a lot of people are also using the immediate mode UIs, and I don't like that either. What's immediate mode UI? It's something like you like call a function. How do I even Maybe if I look at the GUI, it will be easier to understand. I cannot zoom on this because this is done in this UI. But if you look, probably very small on your screen. But I guess this example is really simple. So you just do an if, you would like construct the button, and then you immediately call like then you immediately get the interaction with this button. Like, was it clicked or is it not clicked? And then on the next frame, you're basically constructing this button again, and you see it was clicked, and it just ends up theoretically to being like very easy code like this. If you've never seen this, maybe you want to read about it. The img Dear imgui was the original one. I think that's for C or C++. Is it C++ only, or is it C? C++. All right, there you go. So I mean, well, I guess there you go, there you go. So this over here, these two screenshots, right? This is the screenshots for this code. So this is just 4 lines, right? You have the text in the beginning, which is the hello world, and then you have a button, and the button returns you a boolean when it was like pressed. So if it was pressed, then you call some function, and then after the button you have the text. After that you have a slider, and you give over here a reference to the floating number, which automatically gets updated because you handled it, the reference, and then you can use the updated value later in code, basically. Still convinced spaghetti is the best. This reminds you of TK Inter? No, I don't think it's TK Inter stuff. I don't remember much TK Inter. I don't even remember that I used it. No. You create a label. You don't do it every frame. That's different. That's more of a classic object-oriented UI, I guess. You like create the widgets once, and then you react to like the events. You're still convinced spaghetti is just the best. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now, but I'm trying to like try out some new approaches, which is the ECS now. But I mean, immediate mode is kind of nice. I don't, but for some reason I just don't like it. You know, it has its downsides, but technically it should be enough. For like the games that you're making anyway. And the reason I wanted to do in the ECS is like specifically to split the layouting, the interaction, and the rendering completely. It should be 3 separate parts that together make the UI, right? But I want to use them separately. For example, when in your game you want to click on a unit, and when you want to click on a button, those two things are the same, right? Like, so one of them is the UI and the other one is in the game world, but technically it should all work the same. So for that reason, I think like the interaction system should be the same system that works for the UI and the same system that works for the game world objects. You can hover over stuff in your game. You can hover over the stuff on the UI. It should be the same thing. Anyway, I was stuck on bevy insert non-send resource. Non-send. Non-send. Non-send is how I access the resource. How do I insert it? Custom non-send resources. Normally, to insert resources, their types must be sent. Bevy tracks non-send resources separately to ensure that they can only be accessed using non-send. Yes, it is not possible to insert non-send resources using commands, only with direct world access. This means that you have to initialize them in an exclusive system from world impl or a custom stage. What's a stage? Bevy stage. Or is stage just a schedule? Add system to stage. Maybe that's like the old stuff. Maybe ECS. Stage. Nah, there is no such thing as stages anymore. I think that's old information. It's just insert non-send resource. Why did I not have the world.insert non-send resource? There you go. So I don't need to derive anything here, right? Insert non-send resource is anything that's just static. Yeah, it's whatever. So then I can just do the context, right? So context clone, and that's just it, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So the UI plugin is here, and then we just do this custom stuff here for now. So I want to have a system. I want to set the runner, right? App set runner. So this is a function that takes the app, and that's it. So it's the function that we will call when the app is run. This also has to be sent. Huh? Okay. Set runner. Why, if I need to do this? I guess it's because you set runner from the plugins, usually. That's why. But I can just write the logic directly here. Anyway, the runner would be something like run schedule what's the default runner? Runner run once. Run once app finish. Run plugin finish for each plugin. This is usually called by the event loop once all plugins are ready, but can be useful for situations when you want to use app update. App finish, app cleanup. App update. Wait, what? The default thing on the app is finishing the application and then yeah. So we are finishing, then cleaning up, and then updating. Does that make any sense? I don't get it. Why are we finishing and then updating? It shouldn't be the other way around. I should update a bunch of times. This is run once, so it should update once and then finish and clean up. Run plugin finish for each plugin. This is usually called by the event loop once all plugins are ready. It can be useful for situations when you want to use app update. I don't get it. I guess it's not finishing the app. It's cleaning up the plugins. What does this sentence even mean? But can be useful for situations where you want to use app update. This is usually called in the event loop after finish, but can be used for situations where you want to use app update. I don't get what this sentence even means. Hi? Post update caller delegate. I have no idea what it means. Hello. I think I'm being like closer and closer to skipping Bevy one more time and like go into something else. I still want to do the ECS, but there are other ways other than Bevy, you know? There's a lot of things that don't make any sense to me. So we have the runner. Okay, fine. So the runner. Let's just copy paste the default runner, right? Run once. Run once. Right? Because that's the default one. Can we just modify this one? Tick global tasks pool on main thread. Bevy tasks. What is this? And why is this in the default runner? A refreshingly simple task executor for Bevy. This is a simple thread pool with minimal dependencies. The main use case is scoped for join, spawning tasks from a single thread and having the thread await completion on those tasks. This is intended specifically for Bevy as a lighter alternative to Rayon for this specific use case. There are also utilities for generating the task from a slice of data. Tick global tasks pools on main thread. A function used by Bevy core to tick. A function used by Bevy core. What's the Bevy core? Selective duplicate. Hello there. Thank you for the raid. What were you doing? On your stream? Some Rust development. Some streaming crab power. We like crab power here. Crabs are best. So the Bevy core. Is the Bevy core dependent on the Bevy ECS, or is it the Bevy ECS that's dependent on the Bevy core? It's the Bevy core that's depending on it. So that's core of the engine then, right? I don't think I want that. This is so weird. Like the Bevy app is the I don't think that this is a good crate to be used separately. They should split it further. I just want the plugin system and not all the other stupid things that are inside this crate. Where do I get that Enterprise Windows Linux? The you're referring to the fact that my Linux is not activated here. NG3D uses delegates to call any subscribe functions for game loop, like on update, pre-render update, render update. It uses the same hooks. Yeah, it's like, it's not hooks, it's called like schedules here. But yeah, you have pre-update, update, post-update, other things. I just, like, Bevy is split into separate modules, right? There's separately the Bevy ECS stuff, which is supposed to be usable outside of the Bevy engine. And similarly, the Bevy app, which is where the plugins are defined, so that I can add, so I can have this like plugin system in Bevy. It is also supposed to be usable outside of the Bevy, but I think it should, like, I don't know. It contains some things that are like, first of all, they are specific to games, like fixed update, pre-update, startup, those are the things, right? The like spawn scene, this is also a weird one. Like, this is supposed to be something that's not even related to games really yet, I think, here. So all that I expect to see here in the Bevy app crate is the app itself, the ECS world, and the plugins. Not this main schedule with predefined updates, last main, post startup, whatever. This doesn't make sense to me to be in this library. It should be somewhere else. I'm making games. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to. Right now, I'm not really working on a game. I'm trying to reinvent the way to do the UI. And I was doing the Bevy Gem, and they do it using ECS, like everything they are doing using ECS. I thought the idea of using ECS for the UI is nice, although the exact implementation in Bevy, not sure if that is nice. But the idea is good, I think. So yeah. The game I'm making is linksider. I can show it to you really quickly. Heavy tasks. I'll just comment this stuff. It should be mutable. I'm making a puzzle game that is called linksider. Unfortunately, my compilation times are not very good. Not sure how your compile times are in your projects, but when working on games, it's not very good. Your first game is going to be Flavy Bird. That's a good game. All right, we have some temporary stuff here, like this over here was supposed to be buttons, and then it is changed, but whatever. Yeah, the game is this. We are playing as a cube, and we want to go to the exit. And then we can also have some powers. on the sides, like this over here is the jump power. And then there are other powers and more complex levels in this game. I guess that level is broken. Yeah, something like this is the game. But the UI is being hard coded, and I don't like the way it works. Although technically we could continue adding to the spaghetti here. I just want to try this new approach with making the UI, but I'm being really slow. I'm being really slow. And once again, I think it's the bevy that's slowing me down. I'm like looking at this and I'm like, what the fuck? All right, anyway, so over here we have app and we are updating the app. Is app something that is sendable? No, it's not. Okay. For sure it's not. Okay, so over here, if I want to run, this is I'm supposed to like work on settings here on the settings screen. So I have a resource here, app, world, get, non-send resource, right? And wrap. So I do a loop here, basically, right? And context is this. Wait, hold on. It's impossible for me to do this here. I'm inside the async function. So I should not even use the runner. Yeah, like I said, all I want is the plugin system. I don't even want the runner stuff. But I guess the runner is being said by one of the plugins. All right. So I need to do this directly inside here. I still don't understand what's the finish and cleanup. Let's just delete that stuff. Let's just have a loop. So like in the other things, like this is the pop-up, right? I literally have a loop while some events are happening. Right? We react to the event. Like this. Right? And I just run the system. App world run. We can run a schedule or we can run a system, right? So I guess I am running a schedule here. And the schedule is Bevy app main. Is this a schedule? This is a schedule, right? That's what I'm supposed to do. Wait, how is it supposed to work again? App.update, right? Update advances the execution of the schedule by 1 cycle. This method also updates sub apps. So this is all we need, right? We just call app update then. Advances the execution by 1 cycle. World clear trackers. Yeah, we just run the main schedule label. Sure. Are you getting dynamic linking error on branch? What's the error looking like? Can you copy paste the error? Make it you can just give the error. I'm not sure. Is it the actual linking or what? That is failing. So like the code compiles and then you fail to link, or? Okay, anyway, I have the event, right? And I want to react to this event. We are updating this thing here. So instead of me printing something to the console, right? There's going to be a system. Bevy app post update. I guess the last, maybe. I don't know, post update. Like when am I supposed to do the rendering? Like in Bevy, they do it in a sub app. But when do you extract the information of what to draw? I guess the last thing to do. Probably. Check Discord. All right. Davey. Linking failed. All right. Can you try cargo clean? Dynamic linking this thing. Does this work? If you do this and then you try building again. I was just trying to set up the dynamic linking here so that the compiling is faster. But dynamic linking is breaking sometimes with these errors. And you need to clean, I think. So this is the render system. Let's see. We're going to have the render system, which is going to have the context, which is the non-send context, right? And then what are the things that I want to draw? Let's say that I want to draw just rectangles, right? I guess I can call them sprites, whatever. Sprites, because that's how they do it in Bevy, right? So we are going to query for sprites. And that's what we want to draw. Doesn't work. You can try recompiling everything from scratch. Does this work if you do cargo clean fully and then recompile everything? Does that work? So what I want is to draw some sprites, right? So sprite, component. I want position, which is going to be erect on the screen with the color like this, right? So we just do context with frame buffer. Dang. Window. Frame buffer is here. Let's clear the screen and then draw all the sprites, right? So for sprite and sprites. I'm not going to. I'm just going to draw them all separately. Draw. Camera. Okay, let's use the pixel perfect camera, sure. And then the thing is going to be the quad. Sprite position and sprite color. Doesn't work? I guess you will work on main later. Well, it's not going to just magically fix itself, right? I need to figure out what's wrong. I can get rid of the dynamic linking completely. Maybe I can take a look at this error message. Battle error? What does this even mean? Non-UTF-8 output. So the linker output the error, which is not even UTF? What is this? Can you copy this as text instead of as an image? Copy this error as text instead of as image. We can see what's there. No, I think this is just literally some binary data there. It's working if you just do cargo run. You're doing cargo run all features. Okay, if you want the editor, I guess you can do instead of all features, just do features editor. Without enabling all the features. So one of the features is this dynamic linking, I guess, that you don't want to use. Just replace all features with just the editor. But I still don't understand what's the error for you. By the way, also I added another flag that you can do. You can do reset progress. If you're playing through like the level selections, for example, you can reset your progress when starting the thing. And you can also jump directly to a specific level by doing like level, stage 1, level 1, something like this. If you didn't know, you can do that too. Pixel perfect camera. Need a reference here. And then we are drawing the sprite, right? So now all we need is to convert our actual things on the screen into the sprite so that we will be able to see them, right? Yeah. So match event. I guess we just do the update on the draw. And I guess then I can do the rendering after that manually here by having a dedicated render system or something. App, world, register, system, render. Right? App update, app world, run system. Sure. That's how you do it. Send me the error as text message. Okay. Linksider has the same output file name as the libtarget linksider. No, that's the warning. Hold on. Oh, there you go. Non-UTF. So this is what we have in the linker error message, right? Okay. 65535. Oh, hold on. I know. Hold on. Is your system not English? Or what? Right? I guess this is a message in your language, whatever you are using. And yeah, probably. What's your default file encoding? Do you know? But I know what the error message means because I know exactly what the 65535 means because we have hit this before. Although only hit it with Bevy before. I guess it's because I'm not on Windows for a long time. I know the error message, yeah. The linker on Windows is having problems. Over here, this prevents ordinal to large error when cross-compiling to Windows. When I'm cross-compiling, I'm doing this. You can also fix this error message, basically is what it means, by doing the release mode compilation, which happens slower though. But it looks like it only breaks for you when you do the dynamic linking, and if not, then it's okay, right? Which is weird. Clippy single match. Can I suppress the warnings? That would be a nice thing if they added to the code suggestions. Allow Clippy single match. Because I'm going to have other matches here. Alright, anyway, so here we go. We have the rendering system. This printing system does not need to be here anymore, right? I guess one thing that I can do is I can draw everything that has the UI position. Do I have a draw to the frame? No, we don't. Frame. No, we don't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All right. So I guess then we do app add systems for update, right? We do update UI visuals, right? So we do function update UI visuals. This is going to basically make the sprite correspond to the UI position, right? Query is a query for the UI position, and then I'm going to mutate the sprite based on that, right? Yeah, so I just do for UI position and sprite, and query iterate mutably. Sprite is going to be mutable. Sprite read only world query is not satisfied. True, this should be a tuple. So we do sprite dot position is equal to UI position get. Right? That's very simple. Update. Heavy app update. The other thing that I want is I guess we need to update at some point. Update UI root. Right? Because I need the root, which we set the size to 100 by 100, but it should actually be the size of the window. Right? If that's what I want. If I want to use the pixel perfect stuff, then it should be the size of the window. Update UI root is going to have the context, which is non-send context, and root is mute UI root query, right? So root, single mute, or root. Like we can have multiple roots technically here, right? Root position is equal to context. Because technically it would be nice if I don't even use the pixel perfect. I should instead have the camera. You know? I should instead have the camera. And I think the camera can be associated with the UI too, with the UI root. You know? So roots should have the camera. Let's have camera 2D. I just have the camera because camera 2D is not the component, right? So we need to drive component, struct camera. Side we have camera 2D. Okay, sure. So camera and root, right? As camera view. Camera 0. View area. Frame buffer size is the window size. If we are rendering directly onto the window. Bounding box. Sure. And then whenever we update the UI root, no, we are updating the UI root now. It's just over here when we spawn the UI root. I can have here the camera. So this is where I'm setting up the scaling of the UI basically using the camera then. I'm not going to use any rotation. The center doesn't really matter. It's the FOV, which is the how much we see. Update UI root. View area bounding box. Yes. And then here, I'm not going to use the pixel perfect camera, right? I'm going to instead use that camera. But if this is not the global camera, then the sprites also like need to figure out. What camera should they be drawn into, right? So in Bevy, they use they just render all the sprites into all the cameras, I think. Render. Let's just have camera is a query for the camera. Let's just have here camera is camera single for now. We're going to have a one camera. Okay. So the the last thing to do is for me to set it up for the main menu button, right? And for the close button, those are like the two test things that I'm adding here. And to set up how they look, so it should be a sprite, right? So let's say that the main menu is going to be red, right? And let's say that the close button is going to be green. Okay. Can I make this function to be called at some point? This is the last thing that I need. Linksider main. Yeah, okay, so I just go here and I do settings. Settings. Oh, wait. Just like this, right? Boom, boom, boom. I could make this test of the UI in a separate repository instead of making this inside linksider directly. Anyway, here we go. So here's the first UI test. Amazing. We have a red square and a green square, right? And as you can see, the red square had a little bit had a little bit of like emptiness inside of it. The red square is the main menu, and the reason is because it was it had a padding on top of it. There you go. So like, I think it generally, I'm just like missing a lot of other things that I would need. I mean, I don't need a lot. I need padding. I need row, which I already have. I need a column, and then I also need like the align widget, and that should be enough for layouting. For the visuals, I can do whatever I want here, like literally for every single widget. I can draw them as I can, as I want, because it's completely separated now, right? It's more code than you would usually need to do more two things, but I think for games, like, it makes sense here to split the logic instead of having everything in one place, even although it requires more code. Also, some of that stuff belongs to a library anyway. So the next thing would be I want to be able to like hover over things, right? So we have some sort of a layouting system. We have a way to draw them on the screen, right? Just colored boxes is going to be enough for me for now. We are going to do, we just need to add textures to this, and that's all technically. And then I just need a way to interact, and I want the interaction to be also like completely separate so that like I can use it in other places, right? The only thing where those three things go together is when I'm spawning my entities, right? So when I'm spawning the button, for example, the main menu button, over here I already specify how do I draw this, but this also can be, this component can be added later in a separate system that sets up the visuals of the main button. And same like for the layouting, it can be done in a different place, like these constraints, or like the setting up of the parents, for example, right? Let's try that actually before I go into interaction. So there's going to be multiple systems. First of them is going to be just set up like spawn elements, like spawn the important elements, you know, and then we're going to set up the layout. It's going to be a separate system, and then set up rendering, or like set up visuals, you know. So I want them to be basically, I first spawn the elements, which is just going to spawn literally just the main menu button, right? And separately spawn the close button, whatever, like simple as that. That's like just lets me know what am I going to have. Right? And then in order for me to set up the layout and to find those things later, do I so I need these commands to be also applied. Maybe apply command. How to use apply system buffers. Dot chain. Is there a thing dot chain still? This sounds like an old thing because startup systems don't exist anymore. Maybe ECS chain. Treats this collection as a sequence of systems. Ordering constraints will be applied between successive elements. This trait is not object safe. Alright. So I do something like add systems on the startup. I want to spawn the elements. And then I want to set up the layout, and then I want to set up the visual. So like technically the setting up the layout and setting up the visuals can happen in parallel. But spawning of the elements should happen before both of these, and I should apply the commands. Apply deferred. Instructs the executor to call system apply deferred on the system that have run but not applied their system parameters. This function does nothing if called manually or wrapped inside a pipe system. alias apply system buffers. Apply system buffers. But that's not there. Maybe it was just renamed. Apply deferred. So we do this dot chain, right? So yeah, we first spawn the important things and then we so the question is though, how do I get the main menu entity in these systems? I can save them into a resource or somewhere, or I can on a query to find them, right? Main menu is query of the entity with main menu button, right? So like theoretically I could add multiple, right? But in order to set up the layout properly, I am expecting to have one entity is ambiguous. True, because there's entity in linksider, which is a different entity. A programming Kuvi. You don't see that very often, do you now? These days. When you see me programming rings, and when you see me playing Factorio, which one of those two you understand more? Did you take my squiggly off? No. This? So you understand coding more? You understand Rust? Squiggly rings? No, I don't think I did.
Squiggly rings.
Squiggly. There's so much going on in Victoria and you're moving everywhere. I guess it depends when I'm coding what I'm doing, though. Like when I'm talking about like uh like some abstract programming stuff versus where when I'm like actually working on a specific game feature and quickly like building things without talking about like the nerdy stuff too much. It's like different, right? So the worms. Yeah. I think not a lot of people understand the code that I'm writing. I'm not even sure that I understand it myself. Sometimes. Setup layout. Alright, I want to use Bevy ECS entity, right? Because we have this is ambiguous. So now this is not ambiguous anymore because I used without a star. I wish there was a way to
Squiggly rings.
Set up like this star imports so that I don't need to do this everywhere, but whatever. Okay, not sure if this is a good idea. Splitting up the spawning and setting up the layout separately from the visuals. So like the visuals would be something like very simple, you know, main menu is query of the entity with main menu button, right? So simple as that. We just do for entity in main menu iterate. We just do commands entity. We just add pushes entity commands to the queue. No, not add. Dot insert. So this is where I'm setting up the visuals, right? So the visuals of the main menu is this sprite, right? Hello, Arya. Why is all the editor text floating around like that when you type? It's because of the extension that's called the power mode, which makes me some screen shakes. And some particles also. You can see a little bit of like the particles going off when I'm typing too. It's there just for fun. Sorry, so sorry for being absent these past few months. It's okay. Happy to see you back. What have you been up to? Did you make something? Did you work on a game and release it, for example? This is the first time Kubik has coded in months? No, that's not true. That's not true. I streamed coding last time less than a week ago. It's no. I also did a little bit off stream of coding, okay? He ripped Bevy out and now he's duct taping it back in. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're doing. We're going back for Bevy, Arya. Kind of. You see the Bevy? But at the same time we also have in the exact same file, we also have the gang. So like we have both like engines kind of working together. Or at least we're trying to. Yeah. You'll be Arya JP no more soon? You're moving out of Japan? Wait, are you in Japan? Is that what you are, your JP? Ariana is what you're going to be now? You're moving to North America? Ariette? AT? What is AT? Australia? Or what is AT? Australia is not AT. Australia is something else. Yeah. AU. What's AT? Austria? Austria is probably also AU. Wait, why is Austria AT? They both start with AU. Both Australia and Austria. Okay, so similarly, we just do so like basically what I'm saying here is that every main menu is going to be a sprite with a red color, right? Even if I have multiple main menu buttons potentially, right? And similarly, if I have the close button, which are entities with close button, right? And then I do for those are going to be the green. I'm here until mid-April, might be traveling around. I'm thinking of going to Kobe to visit a friend. Maybe we could meet around that time. What's Kobe? Is that a city? I don't think Kobe is a country, right? Kobe like Kobe beef? Oh, it's like a like a restaurant. Kobe beef. 450 Kobe stick. All right. Well, I'm not gonna meet you there. It sounds too expensive. All right. yes, steak, not stick. I'm not very good at reading still. That didn't change while you were absent, Arya. Okay, so this is the visuals. All the visuals that we have is the red color and the green color. That's it, just the sprites. And the layout is where I'm setting up like this parenting, the padding, and this and all of that stuff, right? So we have the root, which is the UI root. So we have the UI root, yeah, yeah. Even without the camera, this is just the UI root. I don't even need to set up its size because it's going to be set separately. Like that's part of the visuals, technically. Root is query entity with UI root, I guess. For entity in root. Commands entity on insert the camera. So basically what I'm saying here is that the UI root have this camera because that's like part of the visuals, right? That makes sense. How does Kui likes his stick? Rare, medium? Well, I've been most of the time I did the medium. Did I play Celeste 64? No. Anyway, Kobe is a city. I'm preparing for my anti-harassment training. They're sending me on. Wait, so that's why you are moving? They are moving you to another country to learn. How to not be harassed? Huh? Slash 64 just crashes for you? C# sucks. You applied to a company in your home country and they took me, and the offer is too good to not take. Alright. Well, that's good, right? Setup visual. Okay, so in the visual we set up the camera of the UI and all the sprites. But yeah. So the thing here, I'm not spawning the main menu button. I'm not. Right? I want instead to say that main menu is main menu dot single, right? And we do commands entity main menu. So I insert the sizing here. If that's supposed to be the part of the UI, I'm not sure if it's worth in splitting this stuff. It looks weird here, but okay. Because this might as well be a part of like the visuals too, right? The size of the thing. Set parent padding. And the close button is similarly, I'm not spawning it. I'm doing entity for the close button. Insert this constraint and set the parent to be the row. Right? So we do here, close button, close button. We expect to have the single one. So here's the thing. We first just spawn the elements, which like we don't say anything about them, right? And then after that, in order to set up the layout, we just need to construct this tree of widgets in addition to this to like place them on the screen properly, right? So that's like a separate step, and then a separate step to do the visuals. And I guess shades this collision is an sequence of systems. Yeah, I don't know. I like this. If it was done in just one system like before, I don't think I minded it too much. But anyway, by just having this tree, the layout is going to be updated automatically, and then the rendering is separate. Those, like the systems for actually doing the rendering, the fact that those are separate is nice. But the setting up is okay to just all be together. And then we panicked because no entities here. Camera single, no entity. I didn't find the camera. So why not? Because I have the UI root, right? Here, and the... Oh, root is in the layout. So I also need to apply deferred again here, I guess. So yeah, if all of these three things were just in one system, it would just work. Because the visual depends on the layout now because of the root component of the UI. As the Kuvi man watched the film Amadeus. $1984? Nah. Okay, so there you go. We have a row of two things in the bottom of the screen. One of them has a padding on all the sides. This works. Let's remove all the debugging from here. All right. Now I want to try have some interaction there. Set up visual. All right. So yeah, right now all the UI library is doing is just the layouting. The rendering is supposed to be handled on the user side so that they like do whatever, right? And then the interaction system. This means that I need to figure out how to get the input into the ECS world. So over here, for example, we have the let's see, like cursor move event, for example, right? In Bevy, they don't react to the to these things immediately. From what I understand, they queue it into a resource. Let's see. Well, I guess the first thing to do is to figure out if I'm hovering over something. Hello, Galdienka. Hello, hello. Figuring out what I'm hovering over something. I think there should be like a resource, probably. Which gives me the cursor position for this UI. But like I was saying, it shouldn't even be like about the UI necessarily, I think. I want to be able to hover all the things. Well, let's start with the UI. Fine. So the hover. The hover. System here. If I have a, so I want to have a cursor then, right? Struct cursor, which is going to have inside of it the position. So this is going to be mutated from outside, I think. So the cursor position. Let's say that it is a component. Maybe we can have multiple cursors. I don't know, because you can like do the multi-touch on a touch screen, right? And you can hover multiple things then. So we have cursors, which is query of cursors, right? And then we have so layout and hover. We have cursors, and then we have the things that can be hovered, which is just UI position, right? UI elements. So like the easiest thing is just to go over all the cursors and all the UI elements. Let's just do that. Later you can do more efficient with like change detection and stuff, I guess. For cursor and cursors. For UI element in UI elements. If UI element contains the cursor then this one is like hovered, right? Otherwise it's not hovered. So I can technically hover multiple things at the same time, but I think that's okay. I think that's okay. And then later, if I want to prioritize, I can make some priorities. So for example, if we have the UI element that is actually the UI element that is hovered, and then behind the UI element, we have something else that is hovered. How would it work? I don't know. Maybe I need something that is having this UI position, but also is like hoverable, right? Viewed, hoverable, hovered. So these are the things that like I can hover, and then they can block other things, and then those things can have a priority. But then some of them have UI position, some of them have not, because they are not on the UI layer, right? Let's just do this. UI element. And hovered. So if this contains, then hovered. Hovered is true, right? Well, I guess I need to do this separately. Like, for cursor some cursors. So I can do like hovered is false, and then if any of the cursors is actually covered, then hovered is true, right? The only thing, in order for me to use the change detection on the hover to do the animation of the UI, I only want it to be changed when it actually changes, right? Let mute actually hovered. Oh no, hovered now is false. Hovered now is true, and then I do if hovered now is if hovered, like the actual current value is not equal to hovered now. And then hovered is hovered now, right? Does it work like on the gref? If we have the mute, uniquely mutable borrow file and entity component. Like when I'm derefing this, like over here, as mute set changed, yeah. Mute 13 implementations. Implement change detection mute impl. What is this stuff? Implement change changes mute. Yeah, so over here they implement the deref mute for this stuff. So when I'm derefing mutably, then we set the change to be true. Makes sense. So when I'm just comparing here, this uses the regular derefing because I'm not writing to this value, right? Over here I'm actually assigning. Okay, there you go. So this can make me some cursors, and then I can make the cursors using like the touches or using the actual mouse later. One. Add systems, baby app. I don't know when. Let's do first. Update cursor. I mean, update cursor. Update cursor, I can do something like I can do this to get the context. I can get the window cursor position if we just talk about the mouse here, right? And then, so like mouse cursor is a query of a cursor. No. Is a query, the entity, which has the mouse. Dun, 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 dun. So like these two things are going to be in its own plugin, right? Setup mouse. Commands. I just spawn this stuff. I think like the mouse is only one, technically, right? It could be a resource, but then I cannot add components to the resource. I'm going to match this position. We either have or we don't have this stuff. Oh wait, it's linksider dev. It's not exactly linksider dev. I'm trying to do the UI with ECS. If you missed the previous stream when I started doing that, the UI using ECS. Yes. You see the bevy stuff here? We have the bevy stuff. And we have the gang stuff. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I want to try. What happened? What happened is the idea. I like the idea of the UI done with ECS. But it requires some like proper designing, I guess, of the systems, how everything works here. Um, what are the components? Well, so far I have the layouting, and the layouting is the thing. So like the general idea of why I'm doing this is I want to have separate layouting, separate interaction, and separate graphics. So you can set up how you draw your things independently of like the layouting and stuff, right? So the components are, for example, I have the root entity. Root entity is just going to have the root component. And for the root entity, you specify the area inside which we want to lay out the tree, right? So we have the components which specify this hierarchy. For that, I'm using the baby hierarchy crate. But maybe it can be like a separate thing. I don't know yet. So anyway, we have like the hierarchy of these things, starting by the root, and every node in between should be like a layout node. So should be having one of the layout components basically should have in betweens. For example, we have the padding component or the row component or the align component and things like that. And then on your actual thing that you want to lay out inside this system, you just specify like what is its size, for example, for a fixed sized thing, right? Or you can make it flexible. I'm still using like the same layouting as was in the gang before. A weird thing. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just experimenting here, all right? But I think it's going to be nice once figured out. Right now, I'm starting to do the interaction. So yeah, basically is look like over here, right? I just need to at some point to like when my window size changes, I just change the root component to like update the size. So it's not actually like connected to window or anything, you know? No Factorio, what the fuck? You're wasting time. I'll do Factorio tomorrow. Hello, hello. So over here, I'm going to insert the UI cursor with the position. And over here, we do commands entity mouse remove UI cursor. It means that it doesn't exist. I think we heard through the mic. What did you hear through the mic? The hello Nerdsoul?
Nerdsoul doesn't have a hello.
Is it just too quiet? Want me to make the sound louder? Is this an okay volume?
Squiggly rings.
Okay, update the cursor. Now we have the hovered things, and when we do the update UI visuals, right? I can over here to see. So I'm querying this stuff. And I want to know if they are hovered or not, right? So let's query the hovered, UI hovered, right? So I'm going to do here hovered, right? So sprite color dot, let's say alpha is going to be if hovered, then 1, else 0.5. Anonymous gifter. If Nerdcell a tier 1 sub. Thank you, anonymous gifter. Oh, and by the way, the reason like this is good for the UI also, you see how like it's separated the visuals, like I'm updating the visuals here. The other thing that you want to have for the UI is the sounds, right? So that would be just me watching for changing of the hovered component, right? When I hover, I can do like the sound effect of hovering. And that's like very nicely going to be split up. That's like the reason why I think this ACS approach for UI is good. Do you understand, Nerdsoul? How much of a spaghetti is your UI code in your current game? You're not using EGUI, are you? Perfect composition. Nerdsoul. Where is your code? Where is your code? Why is it not even pinned your game here? Categories. Close to lights. Alright, let's see. So you work not on a main branch. Imagine not pushing directly to main branch, guys. There's actually a dev branch on Nerd Source Code. All right. Can you explain again? I wasn't paying attention. So you know how for the UI you have UI is like multiple things, right? It's how the UI looks, right? Which is not different from when you are rendering your game, I think, right? So like it should be done with the same systems, just and that's it, you know. The layout is a separate thing, which belongs into its own library. It just a layouting library. It doesn't have to do anything else, just the layouting. And then you have the interaction, which is also not very different. The interacting with the UI is not very different than interacting with your game world when you like hover a unit and when you hover a button. Those are similar things. So it doesn't like it is not just the UI. It's all the same. And like all those things, I want them separate, and then you just combine UI out of them. So yeah, kind of this thing, you know. You don't just put all of your code into the same place. Like what happens when you press the button, what the color, what the button looks like, and what is the sound that the button makes, doesn't have to be in the same place. And usually I don't know, like it depends, I guess. But like imagine if we were, you still have kind of in medium mode. All right, like if we were working on a game together, for example, that would allow us to split the things better, who works on what, you know. Am I using Pop OS? No, I'm using NixOS, and this is the not the, I was using Pop Shell before for my like the tiling windows, but now it's the Forge, I think the extension is called the Forge. The Pop Shell is not even, is the Pop Shell not updated for the latest GNOME? Maybe it is, maybe I just didn't update in a long time. I'm using Forge instead now. Anyway, where's your stuff? Source. UI. So you have your own layouting, your own stuff. Split column, stack. So the layout is just giving you the rectangles. And then you need to like call this function in the order like the tree, right? So you don't actually construct the tree then, right? Unless, do you have a widget trait? Trait widget. You still have like a walk states mute. So you do it like hide the widget and disable interactions. Apply a function to all states contained in a widget. Stateful widget. But if but the widget already has states inside. Huh? You want to just implement the widget for everything? You have manual layout, you want to get rid of tree traversal? Yeah. I mean, I want to only have the tree traversal for the layouting, because for the layouting it makes sense, you know. You are still going to have the tree. It's just going to be like in code instead of the actual data. But yeah, I think the layout is the only thing that actually needs the hierarchy. Mostly makes sense, but not completely. Your system? Or what I'm trying to do here? It doesn't make sense to me completely what I'm trying to do here, but I'm just trying. Tree layout doesn't completely make sense. Why not? You're using Hyperland, aren't you? You just have a tree there. It's the same stuff. Yes, but your game is not Hyperland. But it's the same idea. You like you have your game, and like, so you have like this stuff, and then you divide it into two halves. Like over here you have the title, right? So you just split into two. You have the title. Over here you split into like 3 columns, for example, and you split that, and you split that, split that, split that. Game UI is barely a tree. Why is it barely a tree? I guess if you only like use the the leaves of the tree to draw because of overlap, precise position, and animations, I think. Could say it's a BSP tree. But no, I don't know. You don't need to do precise positioning. Well, that's also like one of the things here, right? I think you can do precise positioning with whatever I have done here. You can completely skip the layouting. Instead, you can set the position directly on this screen, and you can skip the layouting completely and still have the interaction and the rendering if you do it like this way that I'm trying to do here with this ECS. So you don't actually need a tree, you just do the precise positioning. And the layout, if you want not precise positioning, but positioning using a tree, then you use that layout system basically, right? So it's like an optional thing. For a lot of games, for a lot of things, you can just only have hard-coded positions, and that's okay. Okay, hovers. I wanted to do hovered. So yeah, so in order for my menu to be hoverable, I need to insert here the hovered component, I guess. Is this it? This is a stream where we debate all the possible avenues for code and solution, but no codes gets written. That's not true. We achieve things too. Just like experimenting. Let's discuss reactive UI. By the way, so far this is what I have done. I have a row with a red square with padding and a green square without padding. That's all I have so far. But I can change the rendering like whatever you want, because that's like separated completely. Just in time for the recap. Hold on, my hovering doesn't work for some reason. Yeah, like the issue with my old UI system is that I don't know. It was I don't know. It was weird. All the UI solutions are weird. MetaMe, have you been doing any UI work in Rust or no? What's the need of using a just file when cargo toml already exists? My just file has the Android builds, which I don't need anymore because I moved the Android stuff. Yeah, I don't need it. I don't need it anymore. I use it whenever I need a short script, basically. Not for this project. But where have I been using just files? Now let's see, GitHub, Kubernetes, and did I use the just file here? No, I didn't. For publishing my crate, for example, I use a just file because other solutions don't work, so that I can publish all of my crates in the proper order, one by one. All right, just file not needed. You're right. Let's delete that. Just file. Delete just file. Like that script that I deleted with Android is now also replaced by the command. I do something like cargo gang build platform Android. This is what I do, and then I get an Android build as a result. But before I had this implemented in my helper, I needed to do it with a shell script so that like the assets, because cargo does not handle the assets, right? So you can use in a cargo, for example, you can compile your Rust code to WebAssembly, but it doesn't copy the, like it doesn't run wasm bindgen on top of that, for example, automatically. Does that mean you can build close to light to Android? You can, yeah. You should be able to. You can try. If you use the same Nix dev shell that I'm using, you should just be able to build it. Unless you are using something from STD that's not supposed to like be there. I don't know. The Nix shell you try later. You can just try something like you know, Nix develop GitHub gang engine cargo gang, and then over here just do cargo gang build target android release or something like that. Like some command like that should just work, I think. Maybe you will need to, you will also need to like for Android you need the signing of the APKs, if you know what that is. But I'm just using the debug for now. Let me see. I do it in the CI here too, which is also broken. What's broken? Ah yes, the Android and the Windows both are broken. Oh, it's because of timeout feature failure. Yeah, makes sense. It's because my PC was actually... I wonder why the web build is done then. Because my PC was powered off. No, this should have succeeded. It's not broken, it's because I was away from PC and it was off. And the CI is running on this PC. I guess I just concede here. Right? Yeah. I just you just need cargo APK release, key store and key store password. But over here, I'm just making the debug key store. You can just like Google this stuff. It's not that hard. And then literally what I'm doing here, I'm just using Nix develop. So this is just like the sets up the environment. You can just use the cargo gang environment, I guess. And then just that's the command. Just build for Android. Missed that I used Nix before because I wasn't using it until recently. I think I used Nix for half a year at this point. I'm not sure. I just installed it at some point. I was using Windows and then I went to Nix on this PC. To Nix OS. And I wasn't using Nix without Nix OS before, so yeah. I only learned about Nix after I switched to Nix OS. It's a cool thing. The only thing that I don't like is the language being dynamically typed and very hard to debug like other dynamically typed languages. It's very hard to use. And like you need to read through the sources all the time to figure out how things work, and that's not very easy thing to do because it's dynamically typed. It's a common complaint. When they were doing the Nix survey, in one of the like there was not like there was some checkboxes that I was clicking, and none of those checkboxes was saying that like, do you want us to work on a type system for the Nix language? I had to put it in the extra field. The language is probably the worst part so far. Yeah. Yeah. Like, other things are great. I mean, the language itself is easy. But like, it's easy like Python, which makes it hard to use. All right, what I was doing here, I'm doing some UI with ECS. In case you were wondering, we were trying the Bevy engine for the latest Bevy gem, and I thought that UI with ECS is a good idea. But I'm trying to make my own UI system, not Bevy UI. There was some work on the HAL into Nix years ago, but apparently it's not usable currently. Yeah. I was trying to figure out why my hovering doesn't work, so I'm doing the updating of the cursor here. So I'm having the cursor, right? And then I have the system somewhere around here. We have the hover system, which is going to be working on pre-update. It just gets all the cursors in the world and all the UI elements, which also are potentially hoverable. We make it potentially hoverable by having the hovered component. And we just calculate that stuff. Oh, but I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong. It's because the cursor should not be in window coordinates. The cursor should be in the world coordinates, because I don't want my UI to be tied to pixels or anything else. It should be completely separated. So update cursor should Nix is bad.
Hello, bad cop.
Well, it's not as bad as Bash. How do you unsubscribe? You cannot. You're going to be stuck here watching the beautiful Rust code forever. Can't even unsubscribe because you need cool emotes. I should add more emotes. I always forget about that stuff. I need to figure out what to add. You'll have the slots. Couple animated slots as I can do. All right, anyway, I want to update the cursor using the camera, right? Using camera. So I guess I don't even need the mouse. Hold on, set up the mouse. This is not needed. No. Update cursor. I'm going to update the cursor on the root directly. I don't think it matters. Um. Hold on. I want entity. I want UI root, and I want the camera, right? Root. I want to have here root, entity, root, and camera, right? Root entity is where we're going to have the cursor. But the position is not going to be this. Position is going to be based on camera. So we're doing camera dot screen to world. Wait, it means that I don't need the root. What I need is the context here. Yeah. Camera screen to world. Is this better? Let's try. Can you make this, but it spins? But the whole head spins, not just the spinner? Um... Alright, I think it's Davy. Hold on. No, think. Can I search for images in a anything or something? In the chat, in Discord. How do I download it? Can I just download the emote? Save image as think. The image is not between 112. How do I download the existing emote? So it's between 112 though. And this size. What? Don't worry, you're making it. There's the easy animate here for spinning though. But sure, if you're making it, just send it to me then. Did I try running? Could not compile because setup mouse is not needed. All right. Never saw the easy animate. Yeah, there are some pre-made animations there that you can do. I remember that for this one. So you know how my this emote over here? I wrote a program in Rust to do this animation, and then I recorded it and removed the background by color keying, and then uploaded the GIF. And then when I was uploading it, I figured out that there's the easy animate that could do the same thing in just one click. Okay, guys, look at this. Look at this. I can hover things. There you go. We have the UI working, kind of. Right? Hovering is the first thing that needs to happen. Hoverable colored squares, yeah. And then let's say that you have your, I mean, I can change the visual to be like not the square. I can change the it to be like, that's not the hard part, right? I'm figuring out the other things. So colored squares for now is good. But let's say that I want to also have the audio here, right? So I'm going to do add system on the update. I'm going to do UI sound effects system, right? So UI sound effects can be something like covered is going to be the query of nothing, where we have changed the hovered, I guess. Right? First, local. Can I have the local anything from world? What is what is from world? Can I just not have a boolean here? And I want the context, which is non-send context, right? So I basically say if hovered is not empty. So if anything was hovered basically on this frame, then we do the sound. Well, I only have the zoom transition here being public, so let's do this. Let's just play the zoom transition on hover. Sure. Local boolean. Wait, hold on. So it can be, yeah. What is that from world though? I don't understand. But okay. If first dot, if first hold on. So this becomes default, so like not first, right? Ran before. If not ran before is true, you know? Can I do this? Otherwise, so like the reason for this if is because on the first frame, when we just insert the hovered component, it's always going to be changed. So I only want it to be running on the second frame and later, right? Is it worth reading files in parallel? Anyone got experience with this? I think the answer is it depends. You mean like making a program that reads files in parallel? I'm not sure. I think it like they can actually, it can speed things up if they are on the different disks, but if it is on one disk, then I'm not sure if you are going to see any speed ups at all. Maybe even slow down instead can happen. Anyway, look at this. I'm hovering and this has the sound effect now. So see, Nerdsoul, this is what I mean, you know? You like, you write this system and you write it in a completely separate place. Somebody else, somebody who works on the audio is adding these systems, the sound effect systems, right? Someone who is working on the visuals sets up these systems and things like that. There you go. That is nice, right? But different things have different hover sound effects. Well, you can configure it, right? Obviously. You can have the sound effect being stored in the component. So like, if you don't have that component, then there is going to be no sound effect on hovering, right? Or I don't know, like, but I think most things should have the same hover sound effect though. Why would you use a different sound effect? But even if you do it, it's not a problem. You just write the system differently. And like, it's saying UI hovered, right? But it has nothing to do with UI. Like I said, this can be hovering over a unit or something else, right? We just need a system that calculates whether something else that's not the UI is also being hovered. Okay, so this is 500 lines to have two colored squares on the screen. Okay, what actually does not belong? Um, I mean, the first 300 lines is the library code. This is supposed to go into a library. This module over here. So the first 300 lines are inside a library. For sure. And then you add that library by adding a plugin for this stuff, right? Now spawning things can be done less verbose somehow. Like setting the parents here is kind of to purpose, right? Especially when I'm just in order for me to add a padding to the widget, I'm having another like padding entity on top. This is not just the component of padding that I'm adding. So I think in order to like construct the widgets, I think I still want to use something similar to what we had before. Right? How do you spawn your UI? Where is it? Is it game, leaderboard, spawn? Well, you have like immediate UI or something, right? Where is the UI code like and the actual thing? Look at this dude commenting his code. Page scores from server with the same meta. Look at all these comments. Hmm. Menu level UI. Menu level UI. Let's see. So you construct it. Once you have all the widgets. And then you have the layout method which places the things on the screen, right? So you have all the layout of all the things in just one big method, right? I guess that's okay. But this function is 300 lines long. Okay, I see. Well, I mean, yeah, it. So you construct this on every frame, right? No? You construct this once and you update it. So who owns the I don't know. Let's say that you have a slider or whatever. You have you have the options, right? Who owns the options? Or is this like the game state and then the game state just copies the options into the widget on every frame then, right? For that there is stateful widget. Well, the options. Where is the options? Is options the stateful one? External state that the widget operates on and can modify. Oh, I see. How do you get this state though? So you are not traversing the the widget tree, and you call this explicitly then, right? Whenever you have your menu level UI, where do you call this? Is this passed through layout? Oh, wait, through layout? That's weird. No? Update. Well, I guess when you are layouting, if you are doing the layout, yeah, because it's immediate. Okay, I see. So it's the same as constructing this every frame. It doesn't matter. Okay, whatever. I'm not even sure what my question was. Why was I looking there? Specifically for clicked event, you need some state. Well, for you to be able to click a button, you want the state to be not inside like your model, your game model, right? So that's different from settings. So that should be like owned by the widget, no? Yes. That's widget state. I see. Did you use the gang UI or did you not use it? So like you need to store this widget state and your global UI state because of that, right? But the way I did it is that when you are doing like your layouting or whatever, you just have the access to the to like the context, and then it just like get state of this type, you know, and then this gives you the state. And because your UI is like static, you call this in the, just like in the immediate mode UI, like based on the order you get the same state if it is like the same type and the same position in the same like call order. So you don't need to like actually manage the state yourself, I guess, from the outside. Let's try making the clicking here actually, right? So we have the hovering. We have the hovering, right? And then I want to do the clicking, right? So we have the cursor. And I think the cursor, in addition to having the position, should also be either pressed or not. So like when you are doing the touch commands, for example, all your touches are pressing the thing, right? But for the mouse, you can have the mouse at a specific position without like touching it, right? Position, press is just a boolean, I think. Contains cursor position. Cursor position is this. And pressed is window, let's say is button pressed, mouse button left for now. There you go. So this is the hovered. In addition to being hovered, when you like click on a thing and then you, without releasing the mouse button, you like continue moving, you're like capturing the element, right? So this should not even be called hover, this should be interaction, right? And over here we're going to have inside the couple flags. One of them is going to be hovered, right? This is going to be interaction. Interaction default, derive default. Yeah, so we have hovered, we have captured, right? So like yeah, and also let's see, we have hovered and we have captured. Yeah. So capture, like I kind of want the event when the captured was changed. Should these two be two separate? Or should it be a one component? Maybe the interaction should be like the bundle. I mean, here's another question, by the way. When I'm using the UI, the ECS libraries, because like, where is it? Like over here, we had we were inserting the component that was saying like hovered false before, right? But hovered, so like this component that I'm inserting here is supposed to be set and modified by the library, right? So should I be the one who is inserting this component too? And when you look at baby, for example, right? You have this let's say that you are spawning something to draw, right? You have a camera, no, let's say you have a text bundle, right? Or what, a sprite bundle. Sprite bundle, because that's what you use to like have a sprite, right? Sprite bundle is going to have a sprite, a transform, a global transform, texture visibility, inherited visibility. So like, why am I the one who is inserting the global transform? Is the global transform is going to be calculated by the system that actually calculates it? Why am I the one who is like doing it? I should not have access to modify it at all, right? No, including the insertion. That's a problem. Isn't it solvable though? Yes, just use your ECS. No, I mean I can for example, I could only be inserting the transform here, right? And then there would be another system in Bevy somewhere that would see that somebody has added a transform component. So I am going to add in addition the global transform component, which would be a read-only component. You know? The only thing is that you cannot deny access from the user for removing a certain component then. Like if you make the constructor of the global transform private, and if you make it like immutable, you know, by um making like the field that contains the matrix there or whatever a private field that you would only access with a getter, you know, and you would not be able to modify it, but you can still remove that component from the entity, right? Isn't that a problem not with ECS but with Rust? Can you so you have like a trait component, right? Can you make the dark mode here? One dark. No, one dark. Why is this not dark on the outsides? Trait component. So like, can I have so this is like a public trait, right? Remove component. I'm not sure I'm following. But does my ECS have that problem? I don't know. I guess not, because you cannot remove components, right? Because it's static for you. It's not dynamic at all, right? But like in general, in Rust, does it never? So like I want to remove component C, which is component plus like public, something like this. Does this make sense? So that I don't know. Hold on. No. Hold on. What do I even want here? I want to make this function to like, let's say that I have two components, right? I have component A and I have component B, you know? Impl component for A and for B, right? You know? But the A is public and B is private, right? But they both... Wait, no, 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 no. So they are both public, but this one has a public field, you know? And this one has a private field. So like, private field, you know? So that this is basically making it to read only or something. Somehow, you know? And I want, based on this, to I want from inside this module, from inside this crate, to be able to remove this component. From outside of this crate, I don't want to be able to remove the component. You know? And this remove component is also supposed to be like on some other library, you know? And this stuff. To have like the ECS library, which defines the component trait, and have the function to remove the component from the world, right? Impl removable component for A. Yes, but the removable component is what? It's part of the ECS. So you want that trait implementation to be private to the current module. You know? Even though the trait itself is not in the current module, but the implementation for the current module. But you cannot do that, you know? Rust, create, local. I don't know, ECS sucks, what can I say? Well, it doesn't matter about, it's not even about the ECS, I think. Create, local, create, impl. Create should allow private implementation of external traits. As you know, you can provide an impl for a trait if neither the type nor the trait are defined in the current crate. For public implementation, this makes perfect sense. Okay, they're like solving the different issue, but they have the same solution, which is like the private implementation of the external trait. Specifically about dynamic components. No, I want the components to be like inserted and removed. But I want to restrict who can do that. Movieman bash. Emote attribution bad cop. Upload. Is it there yet? Oh, look, it's there. It's so tiny though. But it is there. Okay, anyway, we started looking into like weird things. I think I technically have achieved the goal of what I wanted to do here. Except for like the clicks, right? The clicks. So yeah, also like all the time we have this question: should I have two separate components, or should I have one big component? Struct. So like captured is another boolean. Dot zero. Okay. Hover. So how do we capture stuff then? It is when the cursor is like pressed. It's like similar here, the cursor. Was it just pressed? Or not? Previously pressed. I can have a local to the system. Hash map from entity. I guess hash set. Entity. You manually removed the background from every frame? What? Not even using Bash to make emotes? I used Rust to make my animated emotes. Okay, let's see. Entity cursor. Covered. Captured. Should it be even in the same system or in the other system? Let's have it in the other system, you know? Hover and capture. Cursors. Query. Entity and cursor. And previously pressed is a local hash set of entities. So for cursor and cursors, if cursor pressed, cursor entity and cursor. If cursor press and not previously pressed contains cursor entity, then we actually like collect this like poor man's change detection, I guess. Looks much better in Discord. Well, because it's bigger there, right? Kid Billy. Hello, hello. Thank you for the raid. How are you guys doing? Welcome. What were you doing? Some Rust? Oh, it's Bad Cop. Hello, Bad Cop. Coming in with the raid.
Hello there.
Um, all right. Hold on. I want to think for a second here. Need to do a little bit more progress on my project. Previously pressed. So like I use that for detecting when I'm pressing the cursor, right? And then I over here say previously pressed.
Hello.
If cursor press, previously pressed, insert cursor entity. Otherwise, previously pressed, move cursor entity. All right. And Night Nazar. Hello, hello. Progress, we don't do that here. No. Sometimes I try to focus and not be distracted too much. We're doing Rust here. I don't know what Kid Billy was doing. Kid Billy doing Rust? Or something else? I have no idea. But that's what we write here. Trying to do some trying to reinvent the wheel with the UI. All right, this needs to be mutable, I see. And then over here, the actual pressing is happening, so I want to know if I want to capture someone. Captured. And also, when you're doing the component that is a boolean, you can have capture someone. Is this parallel world? I'm capturing the elements on the UI, you know. That's what it's called, right? If you do JavaScript captured element. Pretty sure. Set capture, yeah, see? Set capture. The feature is no longer recommended. Set pointer capture. You can also capture pointers. That's also a different things. Abstract captured pal. There you go, there you go. You're becoming good at Rust. You should write more of that instead of Go. But yeah, the question is like sometimes you want a component which has a boolean inside, and sometimes you want to like have a flag, which is the component if it exists, basically the hovered component, then we're hovered. If it doesn't exist, then we're not hovered. That's like another way of doing it. Um, Bad cop, bevy gem when. Me not trust good. Well, you have time, you know. The next Bevy Jam is in like half a year, from what I have heard. You have the time to practice a little bit. Bevy Jam is fog. Two, okay, I will just win it. Yeah, there you go. You can do it. Why not? You just need to make a good game. I don't think it's going to be hard for you to make a game in Bevy. You don't even need to be very good with Rust to do it. Jekyll. Thank you for the prime. You started making that one thing with Bevy ECS but never finished it. Oh, the Minecraft stuff with Bevy ECS. Yeah. I think let's try for captured instead of having a boolean inside. Have this stuff. So I like the reason is, I can do filtering then, because captured. Let's say it's a query of entities that have the captured component, right? And that is like faster, because I don't need to iterate over all the entities and see like if the flag is true or false. I only like I'm actually wondering what is the time complexity of the things here. Do they iterate over all the archetypes? On every query? Probably not, right? Dun, dun, dun. Basically what I'm saying here is that captured entity no, let's see, just captured, right? So what I want to do is I don't want to be able to hover over an entity that is not captured, right? So if captured contains entity, so if not captured is empty and the capture does not contain the empty, hold on, if capture is empty or captured contains entity only, then I can hover it. There you go, like this. And the entity is here. I'm going to query the entity for my UI elements that can be hovered. UI position. Okay, and then capture. When I click here, it basically is I'm going to capture all the things that I'm currently hovering, I think. Which is why I would also like to have the with hovered instead of iterating over all of them. Hovered is query, right, of entities. Covered. Fish Dino, hello, hello. I'm working on the UI system. So over here, I just go for entity and hovered and hovered iterate if hovered 0. So this is actually hovered. And then I do commands entity insert captured, right? Mute commands. This is capture, and then there's also like there should also be the uncapture. So like currently captured is a query of entities that are captured, right? So if not cursor press and just the press to remove cursor entity. So this is when I release the mouse button, basically, right? I just do for entity in currently capture. So like I uncapture everyone. Commands entity move captured. You just completed EHE, which is what exactly? I'm not sure. What is EHE? This doesn't sound nice. It's probably a different one that you were completing, right? All right, let's see. Let's see. I want Edit UI visuals. Let's have inside the sprite. No, no. Let's see. We have hovered, and also I want the captured, right? Captured, and captured is going to be captured is going to be as UI captured, right? Like this. Hovered. Make this public, whatever. So if captured, then sprite position is sprite position extend uniform sprite position height 0.1 with a negative, maybe we'll shrink it. Let's try that. Yeah, it doesn't work. UI sound effects, UI interaction, yeah, hovered. UI sound effects, I don't want that anymore actually. Started watching Factorio Wars on YouTube. Holy shit, I can't even launch a rocket tag tree so big. For those of you who don't know, I'm playing Factorio. I'm doing an X1000 science multiplier run currently. That's fun. Okay, I still cannot capture them. The clicking doesn't work. Let's see what exactly doesn't work. Mouse press here if the mouse button is left. Yes, so press is being red over here. So everything that is hovered, I'm inserting the capture there, right? Let's do the DBG here. Because it seems to me like this should be working because it just should. So when I click outside, we should see two falses. Okay, it actually doesn't work. Maybe I never registered the system. Why am I not having the warning that this function is never used? This function is never used. Why don't I have a warning? So that's why it doesn't work, because I need it to be registered here. I think Rust Analyzer and like has big trouble on my project.
Hello?
RWX C99. Thanks for the hello. Hello. Howdy. Okay, there you go. Look at this. So now I can click on the thing, and I can like click and I can drag over here, and I will not be able to hover on the green screen, on the green square now. So this is the UI. That again, collect too powerful. Rationalizer cannot handle it. Yeah. All right, look at this. Look at this. See? That's not clicking. That's just me like capturing the mouse input basically. Now make it animated. You can make it animated. Yeah, you can. Okay, sure, sure. Let's make it animated. Fine. I'll just do it. You know. You know. Capture animation. Local hash map entity F32. Entity. So if captured, oh wait, but I need the delta time then here, right? How to do the times? Did I do it similarly as in Bevy? Time is resource time. So then I need the resource time. Proc time. Delta. And duration. I mean, I can have a meh. Fine. No, something like is no, Rust Analyzer doesn't work completely. Or is it because I didn't finish this over here, I guess, right? Insert resource. Time delta. This timer check. There you go. Boom, 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 boom. So we've captured, then capture animation, entry, or entity, or default, plus equal delta time, plus equal time delta. Multiplied by 10. Boom, boom, boom. Multiplied by capture animation. There you go. Cannot add F32. So yeah, over here need a star. I think that's it. I think I did the animation. It's not that hard. Over here I'm using the local data of this system, but I could store it in the component instead. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't work. Capture animation. plus delta time multiplied by 10 is like divided by 0.1, so like it should be in 0.1 second. The animation time is 0.1 second basically. I don't see what's the problem here though. I see that the capture animation value is actually changing. But it's changing very, very slowly. Like, well, delta times were nanoseconds there for some reason. You think my timer is broken? Or I mean, maybe I have 1000 FPS here. But I think my VSync should be on. Yeah, like, why is my timer... is 60, 70 nanoseconds? This... Wait, how many nanoseconds is in a millisecond? 1000, right? Does it mean that I have like 10,000 FPS here? You calculate 20 million FPS? If I have 60 nanosecond every frame, then it means that we have 20 million FPS. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Rust is so fast. It's the gang. Boom, boom, boom. I figured out the problem. The timer should not be initialized inside the loop. Okay, it should be outside of the loop. I see it now. Okay. All right. Now you're going to see animation on me clicking the squares there. There you go. You like that? Make it slide away when you click. It's like a toggle thing. Slide away. What do you mean slide away? It's like a toggle thing. You know those toggle buttons? Do they slide? I can make it rotate around if you want, I guess. I need to detect the clicks though, right? Detecting the clicks. So like I'm capturing things, but the next step is like figuring out when the click actually happens, right? So what should a click be? Should it be like an event? You want it slide and hitbox should move too. Well, it's not that hard to do, I guess. You just like but then like I can just make it no longer be part of the layout tree, right? I can unattach it from a parent and just change its position, right? No more trees. If you want it to be like, or it can be an offset if you want from the layouted position. Like how what exactly do you want and why? Your whole layout is sliding things. Yeah, I see. All right. We'll make our UI slide too at some point, I guess. Um, a remove captured. Um, Now the thing is, what should the event be in the ECS here, right? We're going to derive event, right? And it's going to be struct click, and it's going to be a click event. But what should be inside? That I clicked on an entity, right? Just like that. Is that enough for me for the game? Then I can convert these clicks into like more specific clicks, like a specific button has been clicked. That's like in another system though. So I'm going to have mute clicks, event writer, a click, right? So here we do clicks and send, click, and the entity. There you go. But only if it is also captured, right? If it's also hovered. Hovered is hovered, get entity. And if hover.0. So when we release the mouse on top of the thing, then it is still and we click here, yeah. The plugin add event click event needs to be registered here, right? So that I can subscribe to the click event. Whatever. Add systems. Update. React to clicks. React to clicks is going to be just click is event reader of a UI click, right? And I want to see when we click on things that have the sprites, query of mutable sprite. So I say for click and clicks read. This should be mutable, right? If let okay sprite sprites get mute click dot 0. And then sprite dot color is a random color. I just changed the color to a random color just to test that it works. Hmm. There you go. I can click on both of these squares and they are going to be changing colors. Bam, 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 bam. All right. Slowly we're getting there. I mean, what else do I need now? So far in the linksider we only have the buttons. So like that should already be enough for everything I need. Then we are going to also have the slider in the settings, right? Um, yeah, I don't know. So how many lines do we have now? The library still, it doesn't really count. Over here we have 560. We have 200 lines. Plum, 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 plum. I don't know. I think that's fine. Here's another thing when I'm doing like the Bevy ECS and stuff, right? So we have this system which is detecting the clicks, right? Which is writing to the events. And then there is this react to clicks system, which is reading these events, right? Well, right now the detecting clicks is happening in the pre-update and then reacting to clicks in the update. But a lot of the time it's like deferred to the next frame, I guess. But I don't think that's a problem. Like for a lot of things you can ignore that. But I remember that I was like thinking about constantly about the fact that it is happening, but it never meant like it never mattered actually. Like when we were doing ends, for example, you know. But at the same time, when I was doing linksider, that mattered a lot because the logic of the puzzle, I wanted that to be like strict order, right? Also, how different would it be if instead of using Bevy ECS, I used something else? Did you try other ECSs, Nerdsoul, yourself? The Hex is what people like, I think. And Bevy ECS originally was based on Hex. So there's tried something a while ago. Query. Like this is very simple. You just have the world, you have entities composed of components, and you can query directly, right? Without like these system schedules and plugins and other things. Systems overrated? Are they? I mean, I don't know. It's nice to like just add a plugin and things work, you know? Because otherwise you would do what? You would need to call everything explicitly if you're, and that can be like a lot of things depending on the thing you're doing. Also, like the events, for example, you would need to do that. There is a lot of like nice things in Baby ECS. Is there a resource, for example, in this thing? What do you think about resources? Is resources a good thing or a bad thing? Because sometimes I think they are bad. It's like a singleton. Why would I ever want to have a single thing? Resources are like global state, yeah. You think your ECS design is best? No bias at all. Wait, are you still using it in the close to light? Did you publish your article about your ECS? Okay, ECS UI thing. ECS UI colored boxes log jam. All right, there you go. No, you never used ECS in CTL. It doesn't work here. CTL is function programming style. Okay. All right, I'm going to be done now for today. I think the proof of concept. I'm wondering, have anybody else besides Bevy Engine tried the ECS approach for the UI before Bevy, or is Bevy the first one who tried it? They like want to do everything with ECS, and um, yeah, I don't know if everything is good, but the UI sounds interesting to me. Minecraft terrain and player position tracking in space-time DB. Here's some more Rust action for you guys.
Okay.
Rust and Minecraft,
Let me go try to find
I guess.
this other thing. Although I guess I could do it here. Although I kind of now I like.
Say SpaceTimeDB is cool, by the way. I know that Maxi is using it. I don't even know what it is. Exactly. It's like a database where you store the logic to in form of the Rust code. So like, I don't understand exactly. Or is that the other thing that I was looking into? I don't know. This guy knows all about it because this channel is called SpaceTimeDB. Alright. See you guys next time. Bye.